Buenos días, damas y caballeros. En breves minutos vamos a dar inicio al acto protocolar. Les agradecemos su...
Ladies and gentlemen, we would invite you all to take your seats so that we can begin.
Welcome everyone. Please take your seats as we are going to start in a bit with the official inauguration of the COP.
Dale, no te preocupes por la estética, tú nada más. Todavía no, cuando inicia.
Allá, Ariel
Si me escuchas, dale. Ya está prendido. Allá. Dile a este man que se fue la señal de ella. Dile a Oliver que me mande a su técnico que no tengo señal en su pantalla porque se desconectó la televisión de ella. Dale.
Voy a poner esta aquí. No, eso se ve. Eso se ve. ¿Dónde está la señora de Carmona?
Mira lo que te conseguí.
Gracias.
Voy de nuevo.
Sí.
Tus audífonos estaban en tu silla. Los audífonos están en tu silla. Lo prendes subiendo el volumen. Ahora yo te lo hago. Sí. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start. Please take your seats. Saca la voz. Please take your seats as we're going to start.
Ya no más nadie sube aquí. Bloqueen esto. Nadie más sube aquí. Bajen, 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 bajen. Buenos días, damas y caballeros. Recibamos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here at the CITES CoP19, we're going to welcome Mr. His Excellency José Gabriel Carrizo, the Vice President of Panama.
A su excelencia le acompañan
His Excellency is accompanied by Mr. Milciades Concepcion, Minister of the Environment of the Republic of Panama, Ms. Sonia Leighton-Cohn, UNEP Acting Deputy Executive Director, and Ms. Yvonne Higuero, the CITES Secretary General.
un fuerte aplauso para
Please welcome them with applause.
Gracias a todos.
Thank you.
Buenos días, Su Excelencia.
Good morning, Your Excellent Mr. José Gabriel Carrizo, Vice President of Panama, His Excellency Mr. Milciades Concepcion, Minister of the Environment of Panama, Ms. Sonia Leighton-Cohn, UNEP Acting Deputy Executive Director, and the Honorable Ms. Yvonne Higuero, the Secretary General of CITES. Your Excellencies, Ministers and Vice Ministers of the Republic of Panama, Your Excellencies, Ministers and Vice Ministers of the member states of CITES, who are here with us today, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic service accredited to Panama, members and deputies of the Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Conference of the Parties, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. When Panama emerged many years ago, it brought together North and South America and separated the Pacific from the Caribbean seas. And it has since then represented flora and fauna from the whole of the American continent, and with a geography which is 7,000, is considered a country with one of the widest biological diversities in the world. We are a bridge that not only connects the North and the South, but also brings together the world. Here we have 186 member states of CITES present who will make crucial decisions which will not only affect biodiversity, but also the future of humanity at the COP of the Americas, as we have called it. The whole planet is calling us. Panama is listening and is providing the space to contribute and allow discussion and the finding of solutions at the CITES CoP19, which is being celebrated at a crucial time. This year, we have seen many scientific reports which have highlighted the need to really work on and even reverse the loss of biodiversity so that our planet and humanity can be sustainable. These are part of the threats for wildlife, the loss of habitat, climate change, and over-exploitation. Now we will receive His Excellency Mr. Milciades Concepcion, the Minister of the Environment of Panama, who will provide a welcoming address.
Su Excelencia,
Your Excellency, Mr. José Gabriel Carrizo, Vice President of Panama and Minister of the Presidency of Panama. Honorable Ms. Sonia Leighton-Cohn, UNEP Acting Deputy Executive Director. Honorable Ms. Higuero, Secretary General of the CITES,
de forma ininterrumpida y permanente. Sus
Your
Excelencias, ministros,
Excellencies, Ministers, Vice Ministers of the Republic of Panama,
Sus Excelencias,
Your Excellencies, Ministers,
de los países
Vice
miembros
Ministers
de la
of the
Convención
member states
Intergovernamental
of
de
the
COP19,
CITES Convention who are here with us. Your Excellencies,
miembros del Cuerpo
members of the
Diplomático
Diplomatic
para
Corps
Panamá,
to Panama,
honorables diputados de las
honorable
asambleas nacionales,
deputies from our National Assembly in Panama,
señores delegados y
delegates,
observadores
observers of the Conference of the Parties, the CoP19,
invitados especiales,
special guests,
medios de comunicación,
the media,
señoras
ladies and gentlemen.
quiero dar
I would like to give you a very warm welcome to all those who are attending this important meeting and joining us in our beautiful country, Panama. It is a matter of pride to host this Conference of the Parties, the 19th Conference of the Party of the Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species, better known as CITES, and which we are naming the COP of the Americas, since a CITES COP has not been held in this region for more than 20 years. In the same way, we are proud, very proud, to hold this COP while Ms. Yvonne Higuero is CITES Secretary General, since she is a Panamanian by birth. Panama historically has played a role in the development of biodiversity since when it was formed millions of years ago. When the isthmus was created, it created a major change in forms, all life forms, both marine and land life forms. And we served as a bridge for many land specimens and species that led to a country that's surrounded by the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean. Thanks to engineering, just over a century ago, we managed to reunite both oceans through the Panama Canal, which developed our activities. It's also important in the work of the sustainable protection of biodiversity. Today, we are committed to the conservation, protection, and sustainable use of the resources, and we fight on a permanent basis against those who impact it, both within our country and also internationally, in particular with our allies in the region who are here and with whom we share major numbers of species. This is clearly seen in the various actions that Panama has carried out and which could be seen in 2021 when we widened the two protected marine areas to achieve a 30% of our marine surface covered by some form of protection. And now we will increase that to 50%. But protected maritime areas without species are not truly protected areas. We need to ensure the marine balance in these areas, and that's why Panama has one of the proposals with the highest number of proponents that will be discussed at this convention to bring in the Carcarinadia family, the requiem sharks, into the CITES appendices, which will regulate but not ban international trade and will ensure the sustainability and legality, which is essential. We're also co-proposers for other shark species, and we see the hammerhead shark represented also in our logo. We need to ensure that the various initiatives and international conventions coordinate and communicate amongst themselves so that we can preserve the planet Earth and humanity. That's why we have invested everything into the efforts that will work on interinstitutional coordination, working with security bodies and other institutions to prosecute environmental crime, which includes the illegal trading and cutting of precious woods and caring for fauna such as frogs. And a lot of these outcomes depend on the discussions we'll be holding over the next 2 weeks. These debates will include the listing in Appendix 2 of glass frogs and tree frogs, which are extremely trafficked, both legally and illegally for the pet trade, but also their taking from the wild is having a serious impact once they were already in danger of extinction because of the diseases and a fungus that attacks them. At meetings such as this, where we bring more than 184 NGOs together, representatives of industry, civil society, and countries, what we need is these discussions so we can take strong and binding decisions that protect natural treasures and to ensure that these decisions are truly of interest and of help to the country so that we can have a full success. Good implementation of a convention such as CITES ends up being beneficial, not just to the planet and the environment in general, but also for humanity. And it ensures that we have a sustainable future, in particular for the communities that depend directly on natural resources. Panama is focused on ensuring that we have the protective effect of protected areas and also those that are not protected in our country and beyond our borders, understanding that not only is it a matter of quantity, but of quality of protection in these zones of biological importance, because CITES is focused on protection by species, but they make up the ecosystem as a whole, and they are interlaced to build the necessary environmental balance for the present and future generations. This year, Panama has increased its commitment to ensure that we have a protection of nature and species in danger of extinction in a very tangible way. In February this year, we approved our Law 287, which recognizes the rights of nature and the state's obligations in relation to these rights. We call on all countries throughout the world to also approve a law for the rights of nature. Nature needs to be given rights by us because it's very much under threat, and we are suffering the impact of these threats. This new law represents a change in which our society functions, and it puts nature at the center of decision-making, and it gives nature various rights, including the right to exist, to persist, to regenerate its vital life cycles, to be restored and to be represented in the legal courts. We are the third country in the world to take this major step on a national level, following Ecuador and Bolivia. And we invite other countries, I repeat, that they should consider these actions to be able to guarantee harmony with nature that we need on a global level. This is the context that the country offers to ensure that the exchanges that will define the future of wildlife and nature will be part of the efforts made at the sessions of CoP19. And once more, I would like to welcome you all to our country. At this time in the world, there are two COPs taking place, the climate change COP and the CITES COP. Both are so important as each other, and they're both looking at our natural resources. The decisions that we take here will determine the future of planet Earth. And that's why, over these 2 weeks of discussion and assessment, what we approve here as teams, we need to work as teams, all the countries here, because that is what the future of humanity depends on. Thank you to everyone.
Actualmente,
there are some 7 billion people who consume biodiversity daily in food, clothes, furniture, jewelry, and luxury goods. We have an unlimited appetite for nature. In 1973, CITES was adopted because we need to ensure on a day-by-day basis that the trade in those species that are listed are used in a sustainable and traceable way. I would now like to invite Ms. Sonia Layton-Kohn, the UNEP Acting Deputy Executive Director, to take the floor.
Su Excelencia José Gabriel Carrizo Yaén, Vicepresidente de la República y Ministro de la Presidencia de Panamá, Honorable Señora Yvonne Higuero, Secretary General
of CITES, Your Excellencies, Ministers and Vice Ministers of the Republic of Panama, Your Excellencies, Ministries and Vice Ministers of the parties to CITES, Your Excellencies, members of the accredited diplomatic corps in Panama, honorable members of the National Assembly, honorable delegates to COP19, special guests, representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, with apologies, to now switch to English.
Distinguished guests, friends and colleagues. There is a tendency in the modern world to view humankind as somewhat separate from the rest of the web of life, as if the universal principles of life that govern all species somehow don't apply to our own. This detachment from the living world had led us to believe that we can bend nature to serve our goals, that the natural world is something to overexploit for our ends. The biodiversity crisis and the increasing rate of extinction are the consequences of the unsustainable extractive mindset. A mindset that fails to understand just how fundamental nature's rich diversity is to our way of life. Chief Seattle, the famous 19th century Native American chief, beautifully summed up why this mindset is so destructive to the human endeavor. He said, "Humankind has not woven the web of life. We are but one thread within it. Whatever we do to the web, we do to ourselves. All things are bound together. All things connect." End of quote. The power of CITES comes from this collective understanding that whatever we do to the threads that weave the web of life, we do to ourselves. Harm the web, and we harm ourselves. Look after the thread, and we look after ourselves. Since 1975, CITES has demonstrated the value of looking after these threads, of the importance of international cooperation on regulating the trade of wild animals and plants. Done well, the global trend brings a trove of benefits, ensuring fundamental human needs such as food, clothing, and medicines are met in a way that safeguards wild species for future generations and bring values from wildlife to local communities. Done well, this global trade creates valuable incentives for conserving habitats and ecosystems and the many services they provide to sustain life. Successful wildlife conservation and sustainable use requires community buy-in and consensual integrated land and sea management that is underpinned by good governance. It requires the strong rule of law to ensure that trade and environmental legislation deliver benefits to people and nature, and that these benefits are not undermined by illicit wildlife trade. And it requires multilateralism too. The work we will do here in the next 2 weeks is essential for ensuring that we reverse the trends of biodiversity loss. It is my deep hope that the new global biodiversity framework, which will be adopted next month in Montreal, will serve as a unifying platform for enhancing collaboration among the multilateral environmental agreements and amongst focal points and others at the national level to ensure equitable sharing of the benefits from nature. And the work done in Egypt to halt climate change is also essential to safeguard our health and well-being on this planet that we share with so many other species. Joining forces together, we are better placed to mobilize the global resources and our national capacities and coherence needed to reverse the triple planetary crisis of nature change, biodiversity loss, and pollution and waste that will ensure that we secure our common future. Ladies and gentlemen, your work over the coming 2 weeks will not only shape the future of the international wildlife trade, but will also positively change the lives of millions of people dependent on that trade. Wildlife and local communities will be directly affected by your decisions. It is a work that seeks to sustain each thread of life so that we can return the larger web to full health and in this way nurture the well-being of all our species, including our own, for generations to come. This is indeed mighty and important work. Good luck. UNEP stands with you to support you. Thank you.
Panama
is well aware of CITES' importance for nature now and tomorrow. CITES enables societies to guarantee biodiversity throughout the world. CITES regulates international trade in some 35,000 species of plants and animals, and in recent years has led the debate on the sustainable use of biodiversity. We are now going to hear from Yvonne Higuero, the Secretary General of the Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species of Wildlife, Flora and Fauna. You have the floor.
Buenos días.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Panama. Welcome to my home. Welcome to the COP of the Americas. It has been 20 years since the last CITES in the Americas, the one that took place in Santiago in Chile. I believe that it is fitting that we are celebrating the World Wildlife Conference in Panama, gathered here to talk about global wildlife trade in a country that connects 2 oceans and 2 continents, containing 7 of the 17 mega-diverse countries, and where trade has been prevalent as far back as the 13th century in the Olmec, Mayan, Aztec, and Inca cultures. Our hosts have made a tremendous effort, and we are extremely grateful to the Panamanian government for stepping in during our time of need, for their investment, efficiency, and cooperation to bring us to this magnificent state-of-the-art conference center. Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, the commitment demonstrated by all parts of the government working under the leadership of the Ministry of the Environment is something to be extremely proud of. There are too many people to thank, but I would like to take the opportunity to say here how much the Secretariat appreciates your efforts. Your Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a triple crisis that humanity faces, and a great deal is expected of you in order to ensure the effective implementation of the convention. Scientific evidence shows us that we have done much but have lots to do. The threat faced by our wildlife and wildlife crime have effects on habitat, ecosystems, biodiversity, and our well-being. It is apt that our COP is taking place along with the COPs of the Wetlands Convention, the UN Climate Change, and the Convention on Biodiversity. I don't know whether it is because I am of an age where I could be a grandmother, but I feel very strongly that we are at a crossroads, and we know very well that the stakes are high. And the decisions that you take in these fora will determine not just what kind of world we leave our children, grandchildren, all generations to come, but indeed the world that we are going to live in the months and years to come. What will these decisions involve? Let me start with the 52 amendment proposals before you. Reptiles, amphibians, fish, marine species, timber, and flowers are among those that will provoke discussions and decisions that will shape the future of conservation. We will also be invited to consider broader issues. These include representation, where the mechanisms to ensure engagement with indigenous people and local communities, young people and women are being considered. They are those who are on the front lines and whose future we hold in our hands. Let us not forget that wildlife crime and destruction of habitats put humans more into contact with wildlife and exposes us to the risk of zoonotic diseases. This is another issue that you will be discussing in the coming days. There is a bigger debate that we have not yet addressed in depth. We need to bear in mind that there are global benefits to wildlife, but the costs are borne locally. Some 2 weeks ago, I had a meeting with the 24 African elephant range states. This in order to explore mechanisms for reliable and long-term sustainable financing for wildlife conservation. All of the range states were in agreement that this was a common need for them, and they further felt that human-wildlife conflict was one of their priorities. We need innovation. We need to explore new sources of funding, including funding from private investors, sources that had not been previously considered. We are at a crucial point for our planet and the convention. CITES is about to turn 50. This is an anniversary that requires deep reflection as to its past and its future. Have we put the right policies in place? Have we made effective investments in terms of time and financing? Are we achieving what was expected when the convention was ratified? We need more than ever to have commitment, cooperation, and investment, and we need more appreciation of the urgency of the task before us. This cannot be done alone. Partnerships are more important than ever, and clearly everyone is looking at the adoption of the post-2020 global diversity framework. We will need to be even more committed to working together to contribute to the achievement of that framework's targets and goals. The world is watching, and we need to ensure that we fill all gaps, deal with all differences, and come to agreement. It is of concern to me that the world is becoming more and more polarized. Dr. Wendy Smith encourages leaders to pause and to listen. We don't have to agree with others, but by listening, we can maybe learn something and work together in order to come up with something better. As parties, this is something you have been doing for the last 50 years, and that has made CITES one of the most effective and most admired of multilateral agreements. We work hard, we work together, and you must know that the Secretariat is here to support you. And please, don't forget to enjoy your beautiful surroundings and what Panama has to offer. Thank you.
Es significativo que las reuniones
It is of some significance that the COP meetings that are so important with respect to the triple crisis that we are facing are all gathering now. So we're having the CITES COP here in Panama. We're also, we have the COP, the Ramsar COP on wetlands in Geneva, and then we have the climate change COP in Egypt, and then the Montreal COP as well. I would now like to invite the Vice President of the Republic of Panama to take the floor. His Excellency, Mr. José Gabriel Carrizo. You have the floor, sir. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Miliciana Concepcion, Minister of the Environment, Sonia Layton-Cohn, the UNEP Acting Deputy Executive Director, Yvonne Higuero, who is looking so magnificent today. Secretary General of CITES, Ministers and Vice Ministers of the Republic of Panama, Ministers and Vice Ministers of parties to the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna, members of the Diplomatic Corps accredited to Panama, members of the National Assembly, representatives of national authorities, delegates and observers to CoP19, special guests, representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks be to God that we have had the opportunity to gather here today. This in keeping with, and I am grateful to be here with you representing the President of Panama at this key occasion. The Republic of Panama always finds it a privilege to host countries of the world. And today, it is indeed an honor for us to be hosting a meeting that is going to be dealing with the exchange of information and taking crucial decisions with respect to the future of our planet. The international trade in endangered species of flora and fauna threatens the productive relations that humanity has with the rest of nature and our resources, our main heritage, and the guarantee of planetary balance. Panama is a country that is considering the issues of sustainable development with great seriousness, and we take climate change very seriously and do what we can to ensure environmental protection. As a result, we are one of the 3 carbon negative countries. We have managed to protect 78% of our forest coverage. We protect our mangroves and our ocean. They are very significant to us because we have long coastlines on the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean. We are very well aware of how important it is to protect the huge biodiversity that we have in the Panamanian Isthmus. That is how we have come to strategic alliances in the region and internationally. This enables us to meet the challenge of doing what we can to protect the planet. And CITES had this role to play with respect to planetary conservation, and that means that we try to protect the species in our country. Civil society, farmers, scientists, experts, all work together in order to ensure the conservation of species, particularly those that are particularly important to ecosystem balance. We are, however, well aware that what we do and what others do is not enough. There has to be linkage among international conventions. We need binding agreements that will allow us a greater room for maneuver and capacity for action. We need integrated funding, for instance, not only for those countries that are active, but for conventions like CITES or CBD or the Global Diversity Post-2030 Biodiversity Framework, which is to be discussed next month. Furthermore, there is a need to ensure that we have strategic alliances that are inclusive. There has to be an effort made to involve everybody. And that is one of the proposals that Panama will be putting to this convention. We are well aware of CITES' importance to natural life today and in the future. And thanks to CITES, we do what we can to be effective and efficient and intelligent when it comes to trade, so that we can act in a sustainable way and protect our biodiversity, particularly where biodiversity is of particular importance for humanity and the planet. I would like to thank the United Nations and CITES for having honored us with the role of hosting CoP19, the COP of the Americas. This is an excellent prelude to another international meeting to take place here next year. Our Oceans, a conference where we hope to see you too. I would like to welcome you more warmly to our country, and I wish you every success. I formally declare, on behalf of the President of Panama, Laurentino Carrizo Cohen, I declare open the Convention of the International Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna.
Agradecemos la participación.
We would like to thank the Panamanian authorities for having joined us for this ceremony. In particular, Mr. Jose Gabriel Carrizo Cayen, Vice President of Panama and Minister of the Presidency, who was good enough to join us for this ceremony. We will be resuming with a cultural presentation once we have taken a short break.
Damas y caballeros,
ladies and gentlemen, we were pleased to welcome the ministers, vice ministers, and members of the diplomatic corps who joined us here this morning. I would now like to suggest that we turn to the artistic part of our program, and we would like to thank Promotor and Panama Vive por Más. We in Panama have a cultural life that actually can feel the heartbeat of a soul that is in pain. And we are now going to hear from Yakil Carpitre and introduce the cultural section of this unforgettable Panama. You will also enjoy a fashion show, and you will be seeing different ethnic groups who will be showing you their traditions, which will make you more aware of the risk that nature and wildlife face. We're also going to have the opportunity to celebrate our folklore, and we're going to be showing you a whole selection of dances that are representative of our country. Any number of dances that Panama proudly enjoys, including a joyful atravesado, and we're going to be seeing any number of dancers gathered in the troupe Dancers Today, Dancers Hoy. We would like to thank Promotor and Panama Vive por Más for this part of this morning's ceremony.
Se oye desde el centro de la tierra
el latir de un alma inquieta, de una madre que se muere de dolor. Es el llanto desgarrante que pregunta a cada instante quién escuchará su clamor. ¿Quién pondrá fin a tanto dolor? ¿Quién elegirá la vida en vez de destrucción? Es momento de pedir perdón, de cambiar el rumbo que llevamos hoy, de salvar la tierra que tanto nos dio, la vida, el aire, el agua y la belleza de la flor. No perdamos tiempo, este es el momento, este es el hogar que nos ha dado calor. Hay que salvar la tierra y su esplendor. Escucha mi voz, este es mi clamor. La tierra entera clama por un cambio y más amor. Aún estamos a tiempo, esta es la misión, hacer que ese cambio empiece hoy. Escucha mi voz, este es mi clamor. La tierra entera clama por un cambio y más amor. Déjenme sanar, te pido hoy por favor, hacer que ese cambio empiece hoy. Esa es nuestra misión.
This is our mission. Tell the earth. Boucher de terre.
estamos a tiempo. Esa es la misión, hacer que ese cambio empiece hoy. Escucha mi voz, este es mi clamor. La tierra entera clama por un cambio y más amor. Déjeme sanar, te pido hoy por favor, hacer que ese cambio empiece hoy. Esa Sí. Estamos todos viviendo momentos cruciales.
We are reaching crucial moments, points where we all play a weighty and valuable role to preserve life and the existence of our brothers and sisters, because we are all sons and daughters of this Mother Earth.
Save this earth. This is a mission. Gucci de terre. Gracias a todos.
Thank you to everyone for saying yes, for accepting the challenge of taking care for and making others aware of this important role at a time, maybe the most important and decisive time for our planet. Thank you to all who are here. As good sons and daughters, you've said, I accept and take on the challenge.
Escucha mi voz, este es mi clamor. La tierra entera clama por un cambio y más amor. Aún estamos a tiempo, esta es la misión. Hacer que ese cambio empiece hoy. Escucha mi voz, este es mi clamor. La tierra entera clama por un cambio y más amor. Déjenme sanar, te pido hoy por favor, hacer que ese cambio empiece hoy. Esa es nuestra misión. Le damos las gracias a todos de parte de este equipo.
So, on behalf of this wonderful team of models and folkloric artists, I would like to ask for a round of applause. Panama welcomes you most warmly, and please go back to your homes full of this information, full of commitment and the warmth and the love of all of Panama. Thank you.
Un, dos. Gracias, equipo, a Prontour y Panamá Vive.
Thank you. On behalf of the Government and Ministry of the Environment, we would like to thank all of those participating in the CoP19, the Convention for International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna gathered here. It is an honor for us that you chose to come here for this significant meeting, and we hope that it all goes well, and we wish all of you safe travels home. And while you are here, we hope that you will take the opportunity to visit this country, which is a small country with a very big heart. Thank you.
y caballeros, anunciamos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary is about to begin this first meeting of the CITES COP. We are all prepared now. The COP authorities are going to get down to work and take up their significant agenda. Yvonne Higuero is here with us, the Minister for the Environment, and their teams.
Sí.
No, ese es tu coche. Pero no tiene coche. No era mi intención. No.
Hazme un favor, Osvaldo. Tráeme la cartera. La cartera, yo estoy adentro en el salón del... ¿Tú estás aquí? Tráeme la cartera y agarra la computadora y consígueme un vaso de agua con hielo, por favor. Sí, tráeme la cartera, yo saco la computadora y de ahí me buscas el vaso de agua. Estoy aquí en...
If you absolutely need, there are two chairs there.
Okay, perfect.
Should I bring it anyway? Just behind. Maybe just behind. Okay, great.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Before I begin this plenary with elections, I would ask the media, please, to move behind the party delegates so that we can begin our formal business. Thank you.
Can you ask the volume? En español.
Y los
Voluntarios.
voluntarios, si pueden también ayudar.
We would be grateful if the volunteers could help the media representatives to find their seating behind the parties.
So thank you, everyone. So welcome, and thank you again to Panama for that beautiful, beautiful display. And thank you as well to everyone who is dressed in their beautiful national costumes. Unfortunately, my Canadian parka did not arrive, so I could not wear it, but it is beautiful to see such wonderful outfits here, and Yvonne, that is truly spectacular. So the first item on our agenda is the election of the chair, alternate, and vice chairs and chairs of committee. So, parties. The Standing Committee formed a selection committee in line with the terms of reference and agreed procedures for the selection of nominees for officers to serve at the 19th Conference of the Parties. The details were published in Notification 2021/058 on 4 October 2021. At its 75th meeting, the Standing Committee confirmed the nomination of the following officers. For chair, we have the Honorable Mr. Misiandes Concepcion of Panama. For alternate chair, we have Miss Shirley Binder of Panama. For vice chair, we have Professor Patience Gandiwa of Zimbabwe. And we have Miss Anna Wong of Singapore. For chair of Committee 1, we have Dr. Vincent Fleming of the United Kingdom. For chair of Committee 2, we have Dr. Redden Ollershaw of Australia. And for chair of the Credentials Committee, we have Mrs. Hayat Mesbah of Morocco. I invite you to confirm these officers. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
Buenos días. Por favor, le pido a los otros presidentes que vengan a la mesa principal, por favor. Gracias, señora Cáceres. Muchas gracias por la elección. Es un honor acoger y presidir esta importante reunión.
I would like to thank Ms. Casares and thank you for having elected me to chair. I hope we will be respectful, successful, and fruitful in our discussions. I have pressing matters to which I need to attend, and I would therefore like to invite the alternate chair to come to preside. The first item to be considered under administrative and financial matters is the adoption of the agenda, document CoP19, Doc 2.
Ya esto pasó, así que invito a la secretaría.
Invito a la Secretaría
I would like to invite the Secretariat to introduce the provisional agenda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The first draft of the agenda for the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to CITES was approved by the Standing Committee at its 74th meeting in accordance with paragraph 2C in Annex 1 of Resolution Conf 18.2 on establishment of committees and confirmed at SC 75. The Secretariat made changes to the agenda after SC 74 in light of the documents submitted by parties. The agenda is contained in document CoP19 Doc 2, and the Conference of the Parties is invited to adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Gracias, secretario.
I would like to thank you for having presented the agenda. The floor is open. All parties who would like to comment on the draft agenda, the floor is open.
Madagascar tiene la palabra.
Tiene la palabra Madagascar.
I give the floor to Madagascar. Thank you, sir, for giving us the floor. This is the first time we have taken the floor. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Panama for having welcomed COP19 and thank you for the warm welcome extended. With respect to the agenda, we would like to suggest that 29.3, Madagascar, Ebony's, Palisandros, and Rosewood, which is on the agenda, we would like that consideration postponed to the 22nd of November. The Minister of for the Environment of Madagascar will be present then, and it would be useful if we could postpone consideration until then.
Gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving Indonesia the floor. At the outset, my delegation would like to convey our highest appreciation to the government of Panama for hosting this important 19th Wildlife Conference CITES COP meeting. Also, we would like to congratulate our president from Panama for election as a president of this COP. My delegation stands ready to support Panama's presidency during this COP. In addition, we also would like to commend the city's Secretary General, Madam Yvonne Heguro, and her team for all their hard work in preparation this big meeting, which will consist of around 2,500 people. Indeed, it is a very difficult job, but we are confident that the Secretary General and her excellent team, with the help from the Panama government, will do an excellent job, which will help us in achieving a successful COP. As the parties have done during the past 50 years, we will continue working together to produce decisions for the effective conservation of our endangered wildlife. It's our common task to ensure concrete implementation to achieve the objective and purpose of the convention are achieved. If I may, on substance, during this very short intervention, we would like to highlight 3 key points from my delegation for the conference consideration. First, mandated by the convention, we should all strive to achieve balance between sustainable protection, conservation, and use of our wildlife species. The livelihood of people dependent to these species, including rural communities, should always be wisely considered. Secondly, our delegation would like to remind all of us that to achieve our common objective, we should always strive to make decisions through consensus. Indeed, it is important that the substance of our decision and resolution should always take into account the perspective and view of all contracting parties. In line with the common principle Environment Multilateral Convention that emphasizes on the inclusive and full participation of all contracting parties. And thirdly, our delegation would like to encourage the conference to maintain general accepted principle that restriction should be made only when necessary. In this connection, we would like to convey our view on the proposed amendment to Rule 25.6 under the next Agenda 4.1 that aims to change the order listing proposals so it will start from the most restrictive effect on trade proposal. For us, this proposal is politically unacceptable. This proposal might inevitably...
Disculpe.
I do apologize, sir. We have not yet reached that agenda item. I would be grateful if you could wait until we have come to that agenda item. We are not there yet. I do apologize for interrupting you.
To conclude, the Indonesian delegation is ready to engage with all contracting parties to support and achieve a successful meeting of CITES CoP19. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias.
I would like to thank the representative of Indonesia for his statement. Are there any further requests for the floor? I don't see any from parties. I would now like to give the floor to states that are not parties, to NGOs. The floor is open to non-state parties and intergovernmental organizations. The floor is open.
No hay.
I don't see any requests for the floor. I would now like to invite observers to take the floor if they have any comments. Observers, please. You have the floor. I don't see any requests for the floor.
Le vamos a pasar la palabra a secretaria.
I'm now going to give the floor to the Secretariat so they can reply to Madagascar. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We note the intervention by Madagascar, which will be taken up in the discussion of the working programme. Thank you.
Gracias por la...
Thank you. Taking into account the statements made, the agenda is now adopted. Thank you.
Invito a la...
I would now like to invite the Secretariat to introduce the working program for the COP's consideration. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The first draft of the working programme was approved by the Standing Committee at its 74th meeting. Since then, the Secretariat supplemented this draft with the additional documents submitted by parties, and a revised version was published in October 2022. Changes to the working programme were informed by discussions with the chairs-elect for Committee 1 and Committee 2. Document CoP19 Doc 3 contains 2 annexes. Annex 1, the provisional working programme for the plenary meeting, and Annex 2, the provisional working programme for Committee 1 and 2. Based on the intervention from Madagascar, it's proposed that item 29.3 on Malagasy ebony be moved from 17 November in the afternoon session to the 23rd of November, still in Committee 2. The Secretariat would like to draw the attention of the delegates and participants to the fact that 2 evening sessions are still scheduled to take place on 16 and 17 November for Committee 1 and Committee 2, respectively. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario.
Thank you. We've heard an introduction to the working program. Parties, the floor is open for your comments on the working program.
Tiene la palabra el representante.
I give the floor to the representative of Gabon. Thank you, sir. This is the first time I'm taking the floor on behalf of my country, Gabon, at this COP. This for CITES, of course. I would like to take this opportunity, therefore, to thank the authorities of Panama, our host country, for the warm welcome extended to us. I would also like to thank you, sir, for the excellent way in which you are guiding the work of this meeting, which augurs well for our success. With respect to the day's work ahead of us, I would urge everyone to engage in dispassionate, cordial, and committed discussions. Sir, having considered CoP19 Doc 3 Rev 1, we feel that it would be more judicious to consider all of the documents relating to elephants 66 and 66.1 to 7 before we come to CoP19, 21, and 22 on the MIC and CITES programs. In particular, we feel that 66.3 on the implementation of COP10 Rev COP 18 on the closure of national ivory markets and 66.7 on the consideration of national ivory action plans are very closely linked to CITES, as the discussions on these documents are most relevant to the recommendations made to the changes being proposed to CITES covered in document 21. We would recommend that the Wednesday, November 16th program be amended accordingly so that we take these issues into account. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias.
I would like to thank the representative of Gabon. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time the United States of America is addressing this conference, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the government and the people of Panama for their hospitality and for hosting this meeting, and the Secretariat staff for their tremendous efforts in preparing for COP19. On the adoption of the working program, the United States would like to propose a few changes. We note that Agenda Item 68 on Asian big cats is currently scheduled to be discussed in Committee 2 during the morning session on November 21. We believe that this agenda item should be moved earlier in the working program in order to allow for additional in-session discussion if need be. Additionally, Agenda Item 87.1 on proposed amendments to Resolution Conf 9.24 is currently scheduled to be discussed in Committee 2 during the afternoon session on November 16. We believe this agenda item should be moved to Committee 1. Consistent with the COP Rules of Procedure, Committee 1 shall be responsible for making recommendations to the conference on all proposals to amend the appendices of the convention, and on any matter of a primarily biological nature. We strongly believe that the criteria for amendment of appendices 1 and 2 are a matter of primarily biological nature and therefore belong in Committee 1. Similarly, the work on identification materials, Agenda Item 44.1 on review of Resolution 11.19, and Agenda Item 44.2 on identification of timber and other wood products, has as its basis a scientific underpinning and has been undertaken as an item requiring scientific expertise. Thus, we believe these items should also be moved to Committee 1. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, sir. Would any other party like to take the floor? If not, I would now like to turn to the non-states parties. The floor is open. No request for the floor. Would observers like to take the floor?
Malik.
Mali, you have the floor. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the wonderful opening ceremony that we have just had. And I would like to thank the Panamanian authorities for the very warm welcome extended to us. I would also like to say how much I welcome all of us working together to ensure our success. As our colleague from Gabon has just said, we have to ensure that we work in a calm and orderly fashion, but we really do hope that we can consider matters carefully, and I would in particular hope that we will be able to address the issue of Mali rosewood so that our concerns will be taken into account, and I do hope that the chair will ensure that the Mali rosewood issue will get the consideration that it warrants in the course of our working program. Thank you.
Gracias al representante.
I would like to thank the representative of Mali. I don't see any further requests for the floor from parties or non-parties. Observers? No. We would like to thank Gabon, the United States, and Mali for their statements. I'm now going to give the floor to the Secretariat so that they can reply to those delegations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The proposed changes to the working program recorded by the parties. The first one we heard from Madagascar on item 29.3 on Malagasy ebonies to be moved from the 17th of November to the 23rd of November. The interventions by Gabon to change the order in which the documents will be discussed relating to elephants. The date and the session doesn't change, but document 21 and 22 will be discussed after the items under agenda item 66. The United States proposed that the Asian big cats, item 68, be moved earlier in the program, and the Secretariat proposed that that be discussed on November 18, Friday morning, as part of the enforcement discussions, enforcement and compliance discussions. 87.1, the proposed revision of Resolution Conf 9.24 to be moved from Committee 2 to Committee 1, and the Chair of Committee 1 to determine the best time to have this included in the program. And the last one is Agenda Item 44.1 and 2 to be moved from Committee 1 to from Committee 2 to Committee 1, and the Chair of Committee 1 will decide the best time to have that discussion. So those were the amendments to the working program, Chair.
Se somete pues a consideración si hay.
So, are there any comments on that which has been proposed by the Secretariat?
Si no hay objeciones.
If there are no objections, and taking into account all of the interventions we have heard, we approve the working program with the amendments proposed, and we adopt it as set out with the amendments by the Secretariat. Any comments? It is so approved.
El reglamento.
The rules of procedure adopted by the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties remains in effect unless amended by decision of the Conference of the Parties, Rule 32. There are two documents for consideration by the CoP19. Document CoP19 Doc 4.1, the report of the Standing Committee that addresses Rule 7.2a and Rule 25, and document CoP19 Doc 4.2, which includes a proposal from Botswana and Zimbabwe to amend Rule 26. I propose that the Conference of the Parties consider the documents separately and in the order presented in the agenda.
Invito a la presidenta del comité.
I invite the chair of the Standing Committee to introduce document CoP19, document 4.1, the report of the Standing Committee on the Rules of Procedure. Madam Chair.
Canadá pidió la palabra.
Canada requests the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. And first, before my presentation, allow me, on behalf of Canada, to congratulate you on taking on this important role as President of this meeting, and to thank Panama for the warm and friendly welcome we have received. We look forward to successful discussions under your steady hand. In my capacity as chair of the Standing Committee, I turn your attention to CoP19, document 4.1, containing the report of the committee on the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties. The Standing Committee reports on its considerations of Rule 7.2a and Rule 25 as directed in Decision 18.1. I will report on each substantive outcome of the committee's considerations. Regarding Rule 7.2a, the committee agreed by consensus to propose amendments found in paragraph 3 of the present document to achieve regional representation on the Credentials Committee. Regarding Rule 25, the committee considered subparagraphs 5 and 6. The committee agreed amendments to Rule 25.5 and a consequent amendment to Rule 25.6 to clarify that proposed amendments to reduce the scope of a proposal to amend the CITES appendices are decided first, after which the proposal, as amended if applicable, is decided. You can find this in paragraph 4 of the present document. Regarding Rule 25.6, I draw attention to paragraph 6 of the document, which outlines aspects needing attention of this rule. This rule, which applies when 2 or more proposals to amend the appendices address the same species, subspecies, or population. In other words, the same taxon. There were the order of consideration of proposals, clarity that all proposals are open and presented, and ensuring that all taxon are given due consideration. Paragraph 8 describes how the committee considered each of these issues of Rule 25.6, resulting in 3 fundamental edits proposed as found in paragraph 8A, 8B, and 8C of the document. Notably, the proposed amendments in paragraph 8A address the issue of ensuring all proposals are opened and presented. These were agreed by the Standing Committee. The amendments proposed in paragraph 8C of the document address the issue of ensuring all taxon are considered and decided. These were also agreed by the Standing Committee. The amendments in paragraph 8B address the order of consideration of proposals. The Standing Committee Working Group proposed a change of order to move from most restrictive on trade being considered first, and further proposed, noting the chair may exceptionally propose a different order. This was discussed at the 74th meeting of the Standing Committee, but no consensus was achieved. The committee thus presents these amendments for consideration by the Conference of the Parties, noting that there are mixed views on this last aspect of Rule 25.6. To support the understanding of Rule 25.6, the committee prepared guidance material on its application that is found in Annex 2 of the present document. The Conference of the Parties is invited to adopt the amendments to Rules of Procedure as found in Annex 1 of the document, to take note of the guidance materials found in Annex 2 of the document, and to delete Decision 18.1 as it has been implemented. Chair, it may be efficient to consider each of the amendments to Rule 7.25.5 and Rule 25.6 separately. It may be additionally helpful to consider each of the proposed amendments to Rule 25.6 as found in paragraphs 8A, 8B, and 8C of the present document separately. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
I thank the chair of the Standing Committee for the introduction. I now invite comments from parties. On 8A,
Tiene la palabra el representante.
I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States strongly supports adoption of all of the amendments to Rule 7.2, Rule 25.5, and Rule 25.6 presented in Annex 1, and supports taking note of the guidance materials presented in Annex 2. The deliberations over Rule 25.6, which began at COP17, have been balanced, thorough, and have produced a set of practical conclusions. The guidance produced by the working group is clear. We believe it is also important to recognize the history that led to the intersessional work on this issue. In the past, some proposals were not able to be introduced, considered, or decided upon based on CITES listing criteria after an initial decision was taken on a less restrictive proposal. We appreciate the Secretariat reminding that the rule was originally intended to provide a stepwise approach in those cases, allowing the more restrictive proposal to be considered at the same meeting, and if adopted, supersede the less restrictive proposal. However, that has not been the application of the rule in practice at prior meetings, where some Appendix 1 proposals were never considered and decided. An example is Vietnam turtles at COP16. Vietnam as a party never got to introduce their proposals at COP16 and make their case. Vietnam has had to do extra work as a result, with the protection of the species lessened during this time. The Vietnam turtle example has resulted in the need for new uplisting proposals to be brought at subsequent meetings. As a consequence, those species lacked appropriate status, regulation, and protection in the intervening years. The amendments to Rule 25.6 solve these problems and ensure that all proposals are decided based on what is most appropriate for the conservation of the species concerned in accordance with CITES listing criteria. The amendments will ensure fairness to differing perspectives in reaching that decision while increasing the efficiency of deliberations. Thank you.
Gracias al representante.
I thank the representative of the United States, and I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Presidente, for giving Indonesia the floor. The proposed amendment in document 4.1, document 4.1 proposes amendments to 3 rules: Rule 7.2, Rule 25.5, and Rule 25.6. At this COP, Indonesia would like to convey its position to agree to the proposed amendment of Rule 7.2, 25.5, but not to the amendment to Rule 25.6. As it has been mentioned by my head of delegation this morning, Ambassador Sukmo, Indonesia cannot accept the amendment of Rule 25.6, in particular because it changes the order of listing proposals, so it would start from the most restrictive effect on trade proposal. For us, this proposal is politically unacceptable. The reason why we think it is unacceptable, among others, we have 5 reasons. First, starting deliberation with proposals that have most restrictive effect on trade might inevitably disregard the opportunities for the contracting parties to promote sustainable protection of flora and fauna. Indeed, we believe that the sustainability of flora and fauna should be achieved through the fostering of a balance between protection, conservation, and use of the world's flora and fauna. As reflected at the preamble of this convention, among others, that the value of wild flora and fauna from aesthetic, scientific, recreational, and economic point of view should be considered. Second, the proposal is against the generally accepted principle, which is that trade restrictions should be imposed only when necessary. Hence, any measures imposed should be at least trade restrictive required. This notion is in line with discussions made among the contracting parties when amending the rules of procedures of this COP during COP12, as reflected in document COP12 Doc 1.1, Ref 1.1, and the Standing Committee document 46, Doc 7.4. Third, the current arrangements regarding the order of consideration is already in line with the interests of the contracting parties, in our opinion. Indeed, the current order has enabled contracting parties to decide by stages what level of trade restrictions is adequate for them. Please, I emphasize the term by stages. Fourth, we believe that the current order of consideration does not actually prevent the possibility of the conference to decide on a more or most restrictive proposal. In this regard, if the least restrictive effect on trade proposal is not supported or adopted by the conference still could continue to consider proposals that have the more or most restrictive effect on trade. And last but not least, it is for us very important to highlight that the existing rule of proposals consideration, which begins with the ones that have least restrictive effect on trade, have so far been implemented without any difficulties. Therefore, it is important to avoid making amendments to the current arrangement, especially taking into account the proposed change could change unfavorable consequences and might not be in line with the interests of the contracting parties, especially the interests of developing and least developed countries that are mainly the hosts of the mega-diverse flora and fauna species. Furthermore, in this regard, our delegation highly appreciates the Secretariat for providing its comments on the proposed amendment to Rule 25.6, which provides the history and reasoning why the conference in 2002 clearly did not agree with this approach. I mean, the proposed amendment approach, the approach which is being proposed, which we believe would support this argument, our argument, not to continue with the adoption of Amendment Rule 25.6 during this COP. Thank you, Mr. Presidente.
Gracias a usted.
I thank the representative of Indonesia, and I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to echo the position expressed by the United States of America, supporting all the changes that are proposed in this document. As was mentioned earlier in the introduction by the chair of the Standing Committee, we had extensive discussions on these issues at the Standing Committee meetings, and as a result, this information is being brought to the COP for decision. I think that the United States very clearly showed how there have been past problems with this stance. Things that have happened since 2002 have shown the errors that are in this particular rules, especially 25.6, and the need for change. Contrary to the previous speaker who said that there are no problems with the current system, we have definitely had experiences since then of these kind of issues. There's also, as mentioned by the chair of the Standing Committee, there was a general consensus on almost all the changes, except for 25.6(8)(b). And perhaps it might be possible to consider accepting all the changes that are non-contentious, there is no contentious issues here, and putting just 25.6 on hold for later in this meeting so that we can move ahead with the rules of procedure and decide on 25.6 at a later time. I don't know if that would be acceptable to the chair. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of Israel, and I now give the floor to the representative of Botswana.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time that Botswana takes the floor, we wish to congratulate the government of Panama and the CITES Secretariat on the excellent hosting arrangements for CoP19. Botswana aligns herself with the views eloquently expressed by Indonesia concerning the proposed amendment of Rule 25.6. Chairperson, Botswana remains unconvinced that there is a need to amend Rule 25.6. The fundamental purpose of the CITES Convention is to facilitate international trade in endangered species. We believe that this spirit of facilitation is encapsulated by Rule 25.6, which recognizes the right of parties to bring forward proposals to trade sustainably in species that are well protected for the benefit of their people and development. Consideration of proposals which restrict trade ahead of those which wish to reduce restriction on sustainable trade is counter to this spirit. This matter was debated extensively at the 74th meeting of the Standing Committee, and there was no agreement on the need to propose the amendment to the COP. In the spirit of consensus, we would therefore urge the COP to reject the amendment of Rule 25.6. I thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of Botswana and now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you very much, Chair. Since this is the first time China takes the floor at COP19, I would like to deliver regards to the government of Panama for hosting this important meeting and offering such a wonderful and diversified settings for all the participants. China echoes Indonesia and Botswana in this issue. China can support the change of Rule 7.2 and Rule 25.5. However, China notes that Rule 25.6 has become extremely complex. The Standing Committee at its 74th meeting failed to reach a consensus on it. China finds the proposed changes to this rule problematic, as the implications cut to the heart of CITES. Despite careful consideration, the lack of consensus in the Standing Committee on amendments proposed to these rules reflects the will of the parties that no change should be made. Dear colleagues, changing the order of discussion into a reverse way will not only affect how we work together under CITES, but also affect how the general public perceive CITES. Putting the chair in a position to determine a different order is risky and has the potential to destroy the integrity of the process to consider listing proposals. Unless there is new, compelling evidence that is presented, China firmly supports maintaining the status quo of Rule 25.6. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias al representante.
I thank the representative of China.
Tiene la palabra.
I now give the floor to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman, for having given me the floor. As I am speaking for the first time, I would like to start by thanking and congratulating the Panamanian authorities for their hospitality. They have really welcomed us, and I'd also like to congratulate you, Chair, on your election to the chairmanship of this meeting, and I assure you of our full cooperation. I'd like to thank all colleagues who have spoken before me, Indonesia, Botswana, China, for saying what I would like to say is that I do not support the amendment to Rule 25.6, but the others. I think that 25.6 doesn't bring anything new to the convention. It takes it backwards, and it would seem to want to create a conflict. There's conflict linked to this amendment between countries which are mega biodiversity countries, which are mainly developing countries such as the DRC and other countries. So I do not support it, and I call on all states to not support it, the amendment to 25.6. Thank you.
Gracias al
I thank the representative of the DRC, and I'm now going to look at the list of speakers we have. We've now closed the list of speakers. We have Argentina, the European Union, Japan, Colombia, Brazil, South Africa, Algeria, and Russia. I now give the floor to the representative of Argentina. First of all, Argentina would like to thank for the government of the Republic of Panama for all their efforts and welcome, and the Secretariat of CITES for all their effort with the preparation of this conference. When it comes to Article 25.6, the conference can decide in stages the necessary level of restrictions. We think that is in line with the generally accepted principles, which are linked to that restrictions to trade should only be imposed when they are deemed necessary, and that any measure imposed should be the least restrictive necessary for trade. So Argentina considers that it would not be suitable to have a change of the rules of the procedure at the beginning of a COP, because this could have an impact in the negotiations and decision-making at the COP itself. So we join in adopting the proposal for amendment to 7.2 and 25.5, but not the amendment proposed for Rule 25.6. On this one, we call for the discussion on the order of the proposal should continue, because this could be matters of substance as well as procedure.
Gracias.
Thank you to the representative of Argentina. I now give the floor to the representative of the European Union.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time when the EU is taking floor, I would also like to use this opportunity to thank Panama for hosting this conference, and also for great welcome and the marvelous opening ceremony. And also to thank the Secretariat for all the efforts towards this COP. European Union, with all its member states, is here to contribute, as usual, to achieving results in the most constructive way in all often very complex topics on the COP agenda. I also believe that results from COP here in Panama may help to pave the way for new global biodiversity framework to be discussed later this year at CBD COP in Montreal. Now, as we work usually in Europe hand in hand, the European Commission and the Presidency member state, I am passing a word to my colleague from Commission for issues related to rules of procedures.
Yes, thank you very much, and also from my side, looking forward to working with all of you as head of the EU delegation. On the amendments proposed by, in the document COP 4.1, the European Union and its member states support the recommendations in paragraph 11 of the document. We understand that there is no consensus on Rule 25.6. We find it interesting. I mean, this has been extensively discussed, and we support these amendments, but we find interesting the proposals that have been made by previous speakers on the possibility to defer the decision on the amendment of Rule 25.6 to later on this during this meeting. So thank you very much. We would support that idea. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
I would like to thank the representative of the EU. I now give the floor to the representative of Japan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is the first time Japan takes the floor, we just wanted to express our appreciation to the host country and Secretariat to hold this very important conference here in the beautiful city of Panama. On Rule 25.6, we support the views expressed by many parties, including Indonesia, Botswana, China, Congo, Argentina. We support the status quo. Proposals with least restrictive effect on the trade should be discussed first, as we are doing right now. This is a big change, and all the proposals include various scenarios, uplisting, downlisting, and all the proposals should be treated equally, so we do not want the change to this Rule 25.6. Thank you.
Gracias.
I would like to thank the representative of Japan, and I now give the floor to the representative of Colombia. Thank you, sir. This is the first time my delegation has taken the floor. Let me take this opportunity to pay tribute to the work done by the government of Panama. Thank you for your warm welcome. I would also like to thank the Secretariat for all the preparatory work done. And this is the fourth COP held in the region since CITES was first adopted. I would also to pay tribute to Yvonne Higuero, the Secretary General of the CITES, thank her for the excellent way in which she has led the organization, which Colombia supports. We certainly would endorse anything that is done in order to protect species through sustainable trade, and anything else that needs to do to ensure that the convention is respected in the region. With respect to the matter under consideration and what we have in document 4.1, with respect to the impact of decisions, Colombia does not support the proposed amendment to 25.6, and we would suggest that the consideration of these matters be postponed. Thank you.
Gracias.
I'd like to thank the representative of Colombia. I now give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it's the first time we take the floor during this Conference of the Parties, we would like to express, on behalf of Brazil, our deepest appreciation to the people and government of Panama for hosting this 19th Conference of the Parties of CITES. And we will spare no effort to work together with you to make this conference, the Conference of the Americas, a great success. We also congratulate you, Mr. Chair, and as well as all the other officials who have been elected this morning. Brazil does not oppose the proposals on Rules 7.2 and 25.5. And for the sake of our time, and given that other delegations have already presented good arguments objecting the proposed amendment to Rule 25.6 of the Rules of Procedure, we'll just make a brief comment on this proposal to express our opposition to it. Indeed, the proposal, if approved, will make room for unnecessary restrictions on trade, what's contrary to the principle of sustainable use of natural resources recognized by this convention and no other international agreements related to biodiversity, like the Convention on Biological Diversity. And for this reason, we will not support the proposed amendment to Rule 25.6. Thank you.
Gracias.
I would like to thank Brazil for their statement. I now give the floor to South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to join others in congratulating the government of Panama and the Secretariat for hosting the CITES parties in this very beautiful city, and we hope this meeting will be fruitful and successful. South Africa would like to thank the Standing Committee for document 4.1 on amendments to the rules of procedure, which includes the proposal to amend Rule 25.6 on the order of consideration of proposals. South Africa appreciates the clarification provided that all proposals shall be heard, and we would like to align ourselves with the comments of the Secretariat in paragraphs B and C. The change to Rule 25.6 will divide parties and will further undermine the main purpose of this convention, which is to regulate international trade. Proposals that have the least restrictions on trade have always been considered and discussed first in previous COPs, and this has been clarified by parties since COP12. South Africa, therefore, does not see any reason to change this generally accepted rule by parties. We therefore do not support the amendment to Rule 25.6, as this amendment appears to promote restriction of trade in a convention that seeks to promote legal and controlled sustainable use of biodiversity. In principle, Mr. Chair, we align ourselves with the statements that have been made by countries like Indonesia, Botswana, DRC, China, Brazil, and others. And we do not believe that we should postpone a decision in this regard. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, South Africa. I now give the floor to Algeria. You have the floor.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Thank you, sir. This is the first time Algeria has taken the floor at this meeting. Let me take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the government of Panama for the warm welcome extended to us. We support Indonesia and all those who are opposed to the amendment to Rule 25.6. This amendment could prove binding for some countries by imposing extreme restrictions. We therefore cannot support the proposed amendment to the Rules of Procedure. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Argelia.
Thank you. Russia has the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. This is the first time that we are taking the floor. Let us take this opportunity to extend heartfelt thanks to the government of Panama and the CITES Secretariat for having organized this wonderful event. With respect to 25.6, Russia agrees with Indonesia. In other words, Russia is opposed to the proposed amendment. Our delegation is, in fact, a co-author of that proposal. Thank you. Thank you to the representative of Russia. We would like to propose that we take a short break so that there can be some deliberations up here at the podium. Thank you.
Vamos a retomar.
I suggest that we resume our plenary meeting. With respect to these proposed amendments, we see agreement with respect to 7.2 and 25.5. With respect to Rule 25.6, we have heard some suggestion that this matter be postponed for later consideration, as there is no agreement on Rule 25.6. We would suggest that we adopt the rules of procedure with 7.2 and 25.5 amended and postpone our consideration of the amendment to Rule 25.6. We would like to put that decision to plenary for consideration.
Favor a los que controlan el.
We would like to have the screen cleared so we can see. Is there anyone who would like to participate now? We'll have a new list.
Pueden pedir la palabra.
The floor is open. Would anybody like to take the floor with respect to the proposal made by the chair?
Si no hay comentario.
If there are no comments, Botswana, the representative of Botswana has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think in light of the discussions that preceded your attempt to get us to reach a consensus on this matter, I believe there were many views that were expressed, and in particular, I think we should also recognize that the views that did not recognize the need to amend Rule 25.6 should also be given due consideration, Chair. Thank you.
Indonesia tiene la palabra.
Indonesia has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Presidente. First of all, Indonesia would like to convey his gratitude for the support of many. We believe that this is on objecting or refusing Rule 25.6, the amendment of Rule 25.6. We believe that this is not only Indonesian concern, but it is the concern of the developing world in general. And secondly, we would like to, regarding the Mr. President's proposed way forward, we would like to first confirm the implication of this. Does it mean that if we adopt the first two rules, it means we stop these discussions on the report or not? Because they are in one document. For us, it looks like a package because they are in one document. But perhaps I would like to hear more explanation on this way forward, Mr. Presidente. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I would like to invite the Secretariat to reply to your question. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank the delegation of Indonesia for their question and thank all those who have taken the floor on this matter in an attempt to find consensus on this matter. The idea is that we have a document that falls into different parts. The first two have been agreed by consensus, and they could lead to amendments to the rules of procedure. Then there's a third part on which positions differ. The idea is that with respect to the third section of this document, discussion is postponed until the end of this meeting. So we would continue with under the current rules of procedure with respect to Rule 25.6. That rule would remain unchanged for this COP. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, sir.
República, eliminaron la servidumbre. Tiene la palabra.
I give the floor to Canada.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for guiding us through what I know is a complex discussion with such capability. Firstly, Chair, I would like to indicate that Canada supports your proposed way forward. Specifically, we do support and have also heard agreement on the amendments to Rule 7.2a and to Rule 25.5. So we do agree that it would be appropriate to agree those changes at this time. We have listened very closely to the parties who have intervened and recognize that there is no consensus on Rule 25.6. For Canada, we do place a priority on achieving a consensus and a clear common understanding to support the successful application of the rules of procedure. Canada does support the recommendations that come from the Standing Committee. However, Canada most definitely would like to achieve a consensus, and for this reason, we would be willing to retain the original language of having the least restrictive effect on trade. We would support your proposed approach of addressing Rule 25.6 later in the meeting because we recognize there are 3 substantive edits to Rule 25.6. We have heard a lot of discussion around one of those, specifically the change in order of proposals. And again, Canada will go with consensus on that particular change. However, there were 2 other edits to 25.6, which in Canada's view will provide some additional assurances to address some of the challenges that we identified in our Standing Committee deliberations. So in conclusion, Chair, based on that rationale, we agree with your proposed way forward to agree the changes to Rules 7.2a and Rule 25.5 and to defer discussion of Rule 25.6. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico. Thank you, sir. Our delegation would also agree with accepting the first 2 proposed rule amendments, and we would also agree with the idea that we postpone our discussion on Rule 25.6. As Canada has said, we feel that there are different amendments being proposed to 25.6. We think it would be important to agree the first part, which is that the chair needs to make it very clear to parties what the implications are of the adoption of one proposal with respect to the others. That is a key issue. So that is a matter that we perhaps need to consider the order in which we consider these proposed amendments. We would prefer the issues addressed in 6A be left alone, that we not change the restrictive to trade effect. And we also think that it should be possible for the chair to exceptionally propose a different order if appropriate. What we would say is that as there is no agreement now on 25.6, we would suggest that for the rest of this conference and until another decision is made, that we go with what we have already established. That is important if there is to be clarity for everyone. If there is no change, we continue with 25.6 as it now stands, with the exception of 7.2 and 25.5, which would be amended immediately. Thank you, Mexico. Israel has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your recommendation on a way forward. We would like to confirm and follow with what was proposed, and we understand Canada's sentiment that we don't see that there will be consensus on this issue, but at the same time, to be able to handle the listing proposal debates in this meeting before the next plenary session, which won't be till next Thursday, we need direction. And therefore, we would support the idea to postpone a final decision on 25.6 until the end, except for one small amendment, which would be to allow the chair to exceptionally propose a different order if appropriate. This would leave open the possibility that if perhaps there is such a scenario that would arise at the debates on the listing proposals, which could possibly lead to canceling out a proposal, as has happened in the past, it would allow the chair to be able to propose a different system. At the time, the parties would have the power to override the chair, to bring up a point, to vote against the chair if they don't agree, but at least it gives the power for that proposal to come up at the debate, whereas right now we don't have that. So we would propose to make a small amendment to 25.6, just with the words, the chair may exceptionally propose a different order, and that would end the discussion on the rules of procedure at this plenary session. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Israel. I now give the floor to Costa Rica. Greetings, Chairman. This is our delegation's first statement. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Panama for their warm welcome and the Secretariat for the excellent preparatory work done for this conference in this beautiful country. At our last COP, we had hoped to host the meeting, and we were unable to. We are delighted that the COP is nevertheless happening in the region, and we are very pleased that Panama was able to step in. Now, with respect to what is under discussion, we would certainly agree that we postpone our consideration of 25.6 until we have consensus, which would enable us to move forward, and that would help us to continue with our work. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Costa Rica. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States appreciates the opportunity to hear from so many other parties on this issue, and we support the recommendation of the Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to Australia, and Australia will be the last speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Australia would also like to support the proposal made by the Chair to defer consideration to the closing plenary of 25.6. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Australia, and thank you to all of those of you who have taken the floor to give your views.
Sí. Vemos consenso.
We see that there is some consensus around the chair's proposal. So with respect to 7.2 and 25.5, the proposal is adopted, and Rule 25.6 will be dealt with later on in subsequent plenary meetings. We would like to thank you for having given serious consideration and approval to the chair's proposal, and we will now continue with our plenary agenda.
Le damos la palabra a la
We give the floor now to the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair. Just to repeat and clarify what some delegations said, to ensure that we have clarity in our debate, the Chair's proposal is that we adopt the amendments to Rules 7.2 and 25.5, and that Rule 25.6 is divided into 3 parts, and that we continue. The Chair proposes that we continue discussing those later, but in the meantime, the existing Rule 25.6, just as it is now, will be that which governs the debates in our committees. Thank you.
Gracias a la secretaria.
I thank the Secretariat. I now call on the Chair of the Standing Committee to present document CoP19, Doc 4.2, report of the Standing Committee on the Rules of Procedure.
El documento 4.2.
Document 4.2 that we mentioned will not be presented. It's by the Secretariat. It will be presented by Zimbabwe. We give the floor to Zimbabwe to present document CoP19 Doc 4.2.
Yes, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I start by congratulating the government of Panama for hosting us in this beautiful Panama City, and thank you for the wonderful opening ceremony, which was entertaining and captivating. Allow me to congratulate you, Honorable Chair, on assuming the position of chairperson of the 19th meeting of the Conference of Parties to CITES. I'm confident that under your leadership, this conference will be a success. I would also like to thank the Secretary General and the staff for organizing this event. Honorable Chair, it is my pleasure to present CoP19 document 4.2, titled Proposal on Amendment of Rule 26, Right to Vote. This document proposes the review of Rule 26, Right to Vote. The rules on the right to vote need to be adjusted to take account of the key roles played by some parties in the conservation of endangered species and the financial burden, liabilities of conservation, and of the same by allocating more votes to countries with large populations. Countries which have demonstrated expertise in conservation of particular species should continue to play important roles in conservation of those species. As a proponent, we are proposing a special weighted voting approach in which each voting party is apportioned a number of votes proportional to the number of animals it has as a percentage of the world's population. For example, 1% is equal to 1 vote. This voting approach is analogous to how shareholders of a limited liability company vote. That is, largest shareholders hold the most votes, and usually 1 vote represents 1 share. This gives countries with large animal populations a greater say in conservation decision-making or voting on proposed major changes. Countries with large populations, especially megafaunas, face serious challenges of human-wildlife conflict and ecosystem destruction due to large animal populations and absence of tangible benefits accruing to communities coexisting with wildlife. The voting procedure as provided by Rule 26 is unjust under the current circumstances, where countries without significant populations of species are determining the voting outcome on issues whose impacts do not affect them in any way, yet burdensome on parties with significant populations. I am sure you'd agree with me that countries whose ecosystems and human lives are suffering due to overabundance of these species or animals should have a bigger voice in decision-making, and this should be reflected in them having a proportionally bigger vote allocation. The conference is therefore invited to task the Secretariat to further refine the proposed voting rules for possible adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Zimbabwe.
I thank Zimbabwe. And I now invite parties to comment, but before that, I would respectfully request that people bear in mind the time for interventions so that everyone has an opportunity to participate. So we invite parties who wish to make comments. The floor is open.
Botswana tiene la palabra.
Botswana has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Botswana would wish to express a support for the proposal to amend Rule 26, right to vote, as put forward by Zimbabwe. Chair, it is imperative that parties who protect species at great cost are incentivized to continue to invest in their conservation and protection. The time is now ripe for mechanisms that consider this principle to be considered by the COP. Should this proposal be accepted, Botswana stands ready to work with other interested parties to examine how best this matter can be taken forward. I thank you.
Gracias, Botswana.
I thank Botswana and now give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promise to be short this time. And thank you, Zimbabwe, for your proposal, presentation, and explanation, as well from other colleagues. We are still studying the proposal, but we see a merit, the merit of the proposal. We don't think that this is something new. We noticed that the International Tropical Timber Agreement also uses this approach. So we are ready to engage with Botswana, Zimbabwe, and other colleagues to learn further about this new proposal, and with other colleagues as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Indonesia. I now give the floor to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. As the colleagues who have spoken before me, DRC supports this proposal because we think it's fair and realistic in the case of within the framework of our convention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, República.
Thank you, DRC. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Since it's the first time for the Republic of Korea to take the floor, Korea would like to start by appreciating the commitment effort from the government of Panama and the CITES Secretariat to hold this important meeting successfully despite a short time. Chair, the Republic of Korea believes all parties should bear the same responsibility for preventing extinction of wildlife caused by international trade. Therefore, the fundamental principle of the decision-making process will be that all the parties have the same right to vote equally. In addition, our delegation also would like to underline the spirit of the UN Charter, which emphasizes the principle of the sovereign equality of all its members. In conclusion, the Republic of Korea does not support this proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Korea. I now give the floor to Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Chair. As it's the first time that Côte d'Ivoire is taking the floor at this meeting, we would like to congratulate Panama for hosting the COP, and we'd also like to congratulate the Secretariat for its organization. Chair, Côte d'Ivoire has some concerns on the proposal in document 4.2. We would like to highlight in particular that the amendment put forward to Rule 26 would be difficult to implement as a party. We don't always know the size of the populations of species in our country, and so allocating a population size to a party would be a very complex and difficult process. We do not think that this would reflect adequately the contribution of transit and destination countries. Taking this part out of the decision-making processes would be difficult in terms of the applications of the Convention. We are of the opinion that the proposal would take us away from the international standards of one voice, one country, one vote, which the United Nations sustains. Thank you.
Gracias.
I'd like to thank Côte d'Ivoire, and now I give the floor to the Gambia. But first of all, I would like to say that the speakers list has now been closed. After Gambia, we have Tanzania, Argentina, Benin, Gabon, the European Union, USA, and Nigeria. Thank you.
Chair, as this is the first time the Gambia has taken the floor, therefore I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government and people of Panama for the warm reception and hospitality accorded to us. In the same vein, I would also like to thank the Secretariat for the job well done. Thank you. We ask this proposal be rejected not only because it is unworkable and illegal under the Article 15.1b of the Convention, under which each party present has one vote, but it must be rejected because it is an assault to our sovereign rights and undermine the incredible work of conservationists in our country. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the Gambia, and I'll give the floor to Tanzania.
Tanzania.
Tanzania, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is the first time we're taking the floor, the United Republic of Tanzania would like to extend its appreciation to the government of Panama and the Secretariat for this wonderful organization of the Conference of Parties. Chair, we would like to align ourselves with Zimbabwe and the rest of the countries that have contributed to this amendment of Rule 26. Chair, this amendment provides an opportunity for parties that have invested their land for wildlife conservation. Countries which bear the cost of living with species under discussion and therefore have the veto right over the same. For example, countries that have lost dozens of people every year because of elephant, lion, hippos, and crocodile attack have more weight in the veto compared to countries with few or no such animals. This proposal will therefore motivate parties to invest more in conservation in order to have more rights over the resources. Chair, I submit.
Gracias.
I thank Tanzania, and Tanzania give the floor to Argentina now.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Argentina considers that the proposal does not fit with the objectives and goals of the Convention. It would be difficult to apply given the difficulties in measuring population sizes. We reject the document because we also consider that it is not in line with a transparent and democratic voting procedure. Thank you. I thank Argentina, and now give the floor to Benin.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. And as it's the first time that Benin takes the floor, we would like to join those and the authorities of my country in congratulating the Secretariat and the host country and you as well. We think that this touches the core of CITES and doesn't allow all states to contribute effectively to the sustainable development of species. And it also sets aside the scientific rigor with which proposals are made, and it allows it's important that all parties can speak on the various proposals. Benin does not support this proposal.
Gracias. Benin tiene la...
Thank you, Benin. I now give the floor to Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Chair. Gabon would like to join those countries who oppose this proposal. We consider that there is no need to modify the current equitable system of votes within CITES. One country, one vote, which is the procedure followed in international organizations. Thank you.
Gracias, Gabón. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Gabon. I now give the floor to the European Union.
Thank you, Chair. We understand and recognize the parties' intentions about management and accountability for their own species population. However, the proposed changes to Rule 26 would fundamentally change the right of parties to vote on listing proposals, and therefore we cannot support this document. In principle, the principle that every party should have one vote, except as provided by the Convention, is fundamental, and we don't want to change it. Besides this fundamental issue, this change would result in highly complicated and heavily contested negotiations before every vote on how to assign votes. The change would result in a complicated voting procedure, so we are not able to support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Unión Europea.
I thank the European Union and now give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States aligns with the parties in opposition to the proposed amendments to Rule 26 as contrary to the Convention and the rule of one party, one vote. Thank you.
Gracias, Estados.
Thank you, USA. I now give the floor to Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is the first time Nigeria is taking position, I'm going to thank the government of Panama for the warm hospitality received so far and also the reception given. Nigeria is strongly of the opinion that voting within the CITES Convention should align with the usual international United Nations voting processes until utilizing one country, one vote principle. Nigeria believes it is very important to maintain this principle within the convention. Similarly, Nigeria believes that the practicalities of implementing the proposed amendment to Rule 26 proposed in document 4.2 will be almost impossible, given that we are regularly facing issues of population data that is outdated or incompletely lacking. Taking these issues into account, Nigeria therefore does not support the amendment to the rule proposed, the Rule 26 proposed in document 4.2. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Nigeria. I would now ask if we could have just a short pause so that we can deliberate here.
reanudamos la...
We continue with our plenary. Having heard the intervention, some have recognized merits, but the vast majority have thought that it would change the principles of the convention, which would create concerns. And we have not seen sufficient support or consensus for this proposal. So we will open the debate and the opinions of the countries. So if we could please remove and delete our speakers list from the previous debate so that we can open the floor once more to those who request it.
Y eso se acaban de inscribir. Bueno, en vista que escucha.
Very well. Given that we listened to the interventions and that there does not seem to be support for the proposal at this time, we are going to move on to the next item on our agenda. And we do not adopt the proposal. Thank you.
Invitamos.
We now invite the Secretariat to share the nominations for members of the Credentials Committee. Secretariat. Thank you, Chair. As we heard at the last point, Ms. Hayat Besba, who is a representative of Morocco and the Africa region, has been nominated for the Credentials Committee of the CoP19. We'd like to congratulate her on taking on this role. On the 22nd of September 2022, the chair of the Standing Committee consulted with the committee on the identification of potential representatives for the Credentials Committee, and we received nominations from North America, the United States, represented by Ms. Priya Banu from the United States, Oceania, Ms. Vanessa Etika from Tonga, and Europe, Finland, Ms. Charlotte von Troy. All women up until now. We have not received nominations from Central, South America, and the Caribbean, nor from the the Asia region. And now we need to decide here in plenary, or if these regions need more time, the decisions will have to be made at the regional meetings this afternoon. It would be ideal to have a diplomatic and legal background for those nominated because it's helpful for the role. Please bear in mind that the Credentials Committee works in English because of financial restraints, but we will accept French and Spanish-speaking members because many credentials received will be in those languages. The Credentials Committee meets regularly during the COP and often at the same time as plenary or committee 1 or 2. So it is recommended that someone be nominated who has the availability without affecting the representation of their party at the meetings of plenary and committees 1 and 2. Thank you.
Vemos que Sura.
I see that we have a request for the floor from South Africa. Is it a motion, a put vote on this?
It's a point of order, and thank you for allowing South Africa to take the floor. We are just disturbed by the manner in which the two preceding items have been treated. We believe that there were similarities, however, they were not treated in an even manner. And we would therefore appeal that decisions where issues are similar are treated as such, Chair. It's an appeal for us. It's more of a point of order. Thank you. Unless you are able to clarify the reason why we are deciding differently for the two previous agenda items. Thank you, Chair.
Sí, gracias.
I would like to thank South Africa for that statement. The chair took their decision in the light of the documents presented. They were different in that one had already been discussed. The proposal made by Zimbabwe involved a proposal that did not enjoy enough support in the course of the discussions thereof, hence the chair's decision. However, if what you would like to do is launch a debate to see that there is consensus on the document in question now, I am happy to do so. And we could reconsider this matter even though a decision has been taken and reopen the proposal that you made. It is your decision. Thank you.
Le damos la palabra a Senegal.
Senegal has the floor. Thank you, sir. This is the first time Senegal has taken the floor, and would like to join others who have thanked the Secretariat for the effort made to reach consensus given the difficulties we have faced, and thank the government of Panama for all of the measures taken to welcome us here. Now, with respect, I think it would be very, very dangerous for the future of this convention if we were to take this decision. It's been some 12 years now that I have been involved in a convention that is almost 50 years old. Let's not forget that this is one of the best of conventions, so let us not call things into question. Talking about having decisions made based on population weight would be, in fact, a matter of backtracking on this global approach that we have. We see our work as planetary. We have to bear one problem or difficulty in mind. It could well be that countries with higher populations of other species might demand that the voting systems be revised. We have been working well for nearly 50 years, and I don't think that we should change anything now. We are opposed to this, and we feel that there is no need to waste any time on this debate because there was no consensus emerging. Thank you.
Gracias, Senegal.
Thank you, Senegal. Nigeria has the floor.
C'est le Niger, c'est pas le Niger.
This is Niger, sir, not Nigeria. Thank you. Apologies, says the chair. Thank you, sir. Niger would like to thank Panama for having agreed to host us in this wonderful country. We find ourselves in a country that has really done a great deal over the years for the conservation of wildlife. We would like to thank the Secretariat and parties for having welcomed us here at this big conservation meeting. We feel that the debate has closed. We shouldn't reopen it with respect to this amendment. However, since there has been a suggestion that we reopen the debate, we would have a statement to make. Now, we don't think that the abundance of a species means threat. Where there is threat is when you don't actually have the resources to save biodiversity. There is threat when it has been possible to actually deal with the climate change and other sorts of pressures, or when there are no resources available to fund conservation. As we see it, in order to ensure that we can all well understand how we are working, we would say that we cannot really accept the proposal as is now worded, and we would suggest support Côte d'Ivoire, Gambia, Benin, Nigeria, and Senegal. We are opposed to the proposal as it is proposed. Thank you. As it is drafted. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Niger. Taking these comments into account, we would now like to give the floor to South Africa.
Thank you, Chair, for the grace that you have provided to us by providing us with the floor. I think our issue was more one of fairness, and we believe that there is merit in the proposal that has been made by Zimbabwe, and we would then request your indulgence if there could be more time provided for further engagement. later in the program on this item. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Given that this proposal had no prior discussion, we could continue with informal discussions involving other parties and postpone our decision to a later date. It would be useful to defer our decision so that there is opportunity for further discussion in the course of the COP.
En conclusión,
To conclude on this item, the rules of procedure have been adopted with amendments to 7.2 and 25.5. And I would suggest that we now resume our discussion on the credentials question. The Secretariat has the floor in order to continue with the Credentials Committee. Thank you, sir. We have still 2 regions pending. We don't know if Asia and the Central American, Caribbean, and Latin American regions have nominations for us. If not, the regional meetings this afternoon could perhaps come to an agreement on their nominations for the Credentials Committee. So we still need otherwise, and the Credentials Committee is to be chaired by Ms. Hayat, and the Credentials Committee really needs to get down to work. So we would be grateful if the other two regions could please nominate their members, and congratulate Ms. Hayat on her election to chair the committee. Thank you, Secretariat. Given that we have now established our Credentials Committee and that it does have to have the opportunity to meet and check the credentials submitted by parties, that report will be submitted later in the report, in the COP. I would like to invite the Secretariat to introduce document 6, the admission of observers.
In terms of Article 11, Paragraph 7 of the Convention, a body or agency technically qualified in the protection, conservation, or management of wild fauna and flora, which has informed the Secretariat of its desire to be represented at the meetings of the Conference of the Parties by observers, shall be admitted unless at least 1/3 of the parties present object. The Rules of Procedure of the Conference of the Parties provides further guidance on the process. All bodies and agencies that had informed the Secretariat by 15 September 2022 of their desire to be represented at the present meeting by observers are listed in the annex of CoP19 Doc 6. The Secretariat further notes that the following observers had expressed an interest in attending the meeting after the deadline: Convention on Biological Diversity, European Parliament, Gulf Cooperation Council, Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission, Campfire Association, Japan Leather and Leather Goods Industries Association, Prevenir USAID, Thai Crocodile Farm Association, International Association of Violin and Bow Makers, and Lush Limited. The Secretariat is seeking formal acceptance of the observers listed in the annex to document CoP19 Doc 6 and those listed orally. The Secretariat also wishes to draw the parties' attention to Rule 4, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of Procedure that states that any body or agency technically qualified in protection, conservation, or management of wild fauna and flora can express its desire to be represented at meetings of the COP. Management authorities of parties have highlighted to the Secretariat that some organizations, musical instrument organizations, and other trade organizations cannot be accurately described as technically qualified in protection, conservation, or management of wild fauna and flora, while their interest in CITES meetings is understandable due to the impact of CITES regulations on their trade. Keeping in mind Article 11, Paragraph 7 of the Convention, the Secretariat will consult the Standing Committee during the next intersessional period in order to obtain some guidance on this matter going forward. Thank you, Chair. So the Secretariat is seeking formal acceptance of the observers listed in Annex to the document CoP19 Doc 6 and those listed orally.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I would invite the COP to approve the participation of the observers in the annex to CoP19 6.
Además de los observadores.
In addition to observers, the document 6 also includes those mentioned orally by the Secretariat. So you have the observers in the document and those listed by the Secretariat orally. The European Union has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to correct what seems to be a mistake, the European Parliament is not an observer. The members of the European Parliament and of the Secretariat of the European Parliament that will participate in the COP will be part of the European Union delegation. So there must have been a mistake in the registration of some of these members. So I would like to ask to correct this in the final identification of observers. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Unión Europea.
I would like to thank the European Union. We have taken note of that and the corrections will be made. I don't see any requests for the floor. We therefore have adopted the decision with respect to observers. The next agenda item on strategic matters is a matter that we are going to be postponing as we are running out of time. I would like to give the Secretariat the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Considering the time limitations that we have, it's proposed that we will take the committee reports and recommendations, item 9, that, specifically 9.1.1, report of the Chair of the Standing Committee, 9.2.1, report of the Chair of the Animals Committee, and 9.3.1, report of the Chair of the Plants Committee, as well as item 18, United Nations World Wildlife Day, during the next plenary session that will take place on the 24th of November. Thank you.
Habiendo culminado.
That brings us to the end of today's meeting. The meeting stands adjourned with thanks to all.